tujuan dan sasaran program studi.
Terima kasih atas waktu yang telah diberikan kepada saya. Di sini saya ingin menyampaikan pengalaman kuliah di S2 PGSD UNS Surakarta. Perkenalkan, nama saya Teresia Kristriani dari Sragen, menjabat sebagai Kepala SD Negeri Karangtengah 1 Sragen. Mengapa saya kok ingin sekali untuk melanjutkan kuliah di S2? Saya merasa ilmu saya belum cukup. Saya merasa ilmu saya belum cukup untuk mengembangkan atau untuk meningkatkan mutu pendidikan khususnya di SD Negeri Karangtengah 1. Sehingga saya berusaha untuk melanjutkan studi ke S2 PGSD di UNS ini. Alhamdulillah saya diterima, meskipun mungkin di sana sini terdapat banyak sekali kekurangan. Dan alhamdulillah juga di S2 PGSD ini saya mendapatkan teman-teman yang sangat solid dan kerjasamanya sangat kuat, persaudaraannya sangat hebat, sehingga saya tidak merasa menjadi orang yang paling tua. Saya tidak merasa menjadi orang yang paling tua. Beliau-beliau adalah teman-teman saya, teman-teman seperjuangan, dan insya Allah nanti kita bersama-sama masuk, bersama-sama keluar atau lulus. Dan alhamdulillah juga dosen-dosen pengajar di S2 PGSD UNS ini merupakan dosen-dosen yang hebat, dosen-dosen yang bertanggung jawab, yang solid, sehingga ilmu-ilmu yang beliau miliki insya Allah bisa kami dapatkan, bisa kami serap, dan nantinya
Program Studi Magister Pendidikan Guru Sekolah Dasar Pasca Sarjana FKIP UNS memiliki tata pamong dalam bentuk struktur organisasi dan tata kerja serta tugas pokok dan fungsi dari unsur pimpinan pelaksana akademik, pelaksana administrasi, dan unsur penunjang. Struktur organisasi tersebut dapat mendukung realisasi visi, pelaksanaan misi, dan pencapaian tujuan dan sasaran yang ditetapkan.
Program Studi Magister Pendidikan Guru Sekolah Dasar Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas 11 Maret mempunyai visi menjadi pusat pengkajian dan pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan seni bidang pendidikan sekolah dasar yang diakui di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Untuk mewujudkan visi tersebut, dirumuskan misi 1. Menyelenggarakan pendidikan yang inovatif dan bermutu tinggi. 2. Menyelenggarakan penelitian dan pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan seni bidang pendidikan sekolah dasar. 3. Melaksanakan pengabdian kepada masyarakat berbasis hasil penelitian. 4. Menyelenggarakan kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak dalam lingkup nasional maupun internasional.
Kenalkan, nama saya Rifan Destiardi, mahasiswa Magister Pendidikan Guru Sekolah Dasar S2 PGSD UNS, memberikan akses yang luas bagi mahasiswanya yang mengikuti kegiatan nasional maupun internasional. Alhamdulillah, saya berkesempatan mengikuti program Erasmus Student Mobility Partnership di Stefan Calomarin University, Geneva, Romania.
Program Studi Magister Pendidikan Guru Sekolah Dasar Pasca Sarjana UNS sangat diminati masyarakat, terbukti dengan tingginya jumlah pendaftar setiap tahunnya sehingga diperlukan seleksi dalam penerimaan mahasiswa. Sejalan dengan intake yang baik dan proses pembelajaran yang dilaksanakan secara baik, profil mahasiswa program studi Magister Pendidikan Guru Sekolah Dasar Pasca Sarjana FKIP UNS dapat dinyatakan sangat baik, yang antara lain terlihat dari rata IPK mahasiswa sebesar 3,5. Selain itu, banyak mahasiswa program studi Magister Pendidikan Guru Sekolah Dasar Pasca Sarjana FKIP UNS memiliki prestasi baik dalam tingkat lokal, regional, nasional maupun internasional.
Assalamualaikum Pak Tekan.
Program studi Magister Pendidikan Guru Sekolah Dasar sudah
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Oh, ada backdropnya loh, Bu.
sasaran program studi.
Salam Pak Tekan.
Kapan backdropnya?
Oh, backgroundnya dia konten Pak Tekan. Kata Pak Tekan.
Saya di sini saya ingin menyampaikan
Wis kedah Pak Tekan ya.
Jadi itu. Sebentar. Kalau ada backdrop.
Sampun
Wis
Pak
ora
Tekan.
apa-apa. Nggak pakai ini aja, Mas. Udah lama.
Bisa dimulai Mbak Natanya?
Baik, Prof. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, the Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education,
Enable ya.
11 Maret University. Distinguished keynote speakers, respected lectors of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, moderators and presenters, and all participants who joining us via Zoom. It is a great honor and privilege for us to welcome you to the 4th Mini International Conference of Educational Research and Innovation, Miceri 2026. At this auspicious moment, let us express our deepest gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His grace and blessings, which enable us to gather today in good health and in a spirit of academic excellence. This international conference is held under the theme Research, Innovation, and Technology in Education for Sustainable Development. Through this forum, we seek to foster meaningful scholarly dialogue, promote innovative educational practice, and strengthen international collaboration in education research. My name is Natanya Janani Haryanto, and I will have the honor of serving as your Master of Ceremony, guiding you through the ceremonial opening and the morning session of today's conference. As this conference is conducted online, we respectfully request all participants to keep their microphones muted unless invited to speak, in order to maintain the dignity and smooth flow of the conference. Dear all participants, to formally commence the 4th Miceri 2026, we will begin with the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, followed by March of 11 Maret University. We kindly invite all participants to listen respectfully.
Sanalah aku berdiri. Universitas 11 Maret kami di bawah panci Pancasila, di dalam kiprahnya tridharma pedomannya dengan tepat semangat yang memecah demi keagungan dan keluhuran alma mater 11 Maret, alma mater tercinta. Universitas 11 Maret kami teguh gagahkan langkahmu. Universitas 11 Maret kami semoga jaya selama-lamanya.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the opening remarks and official inaugurating of Miceri 2026. With the highest respect, we invite the Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, 11 Maret University, Professor Dr. Imam Sujadi. The floor is respectfully yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, colleagues, and participants, good morning and warm greeting from the Faculty of Teachers Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret. It is both an honor and a privilege for me to welcome all of you to the 4th Mini International Conference of Educational Research and Innovation organized by the Elementary School Teachers Education Master Study Programs. Today marks a significant moment for us as we gather to exchange ideas, share research, and explore innovations that contributes to the advance of quality education. Our theme, research, innovation, and technology and education for sustainable development, highlights the vital role that cutting-edge research and creative approach play in shaping the future of education. Let me extend my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished speakers who have graciously joined us today. Professor Navid Jamil Malik, the Dean of Faculty of Humanities and Social Science, University of Sialkot, Pakistan, a highly respected figure in the field of science education, whose groundbreaking work has inspired educators and researchers worldwide. Second, Prof. Aurora Aidina Kolomesi, the Dean of Faculty of Educational Science, Stephen Selmer University of Suceava, Romania, whose expertise and insight promise to enrich our understanding of the global perspective on educational research. The lectures, the students, all participants of this conference. Your participation and contribution of this conference are what make it truly meaningful. We are confident that your knowledge, ideas, and discussion will inspire actionable solutions to challenges in education and help us more close to achieving the sustainable development goal of quality education for all. To underresearchers, educators, and student participants, I encourage you to seize this opportunity to collaborate, network, and build partnership that transcend borders. Let us work together to create an inclusive, innovative, and impactful future for education. Finally, I would like to thank the organizing committee for their tireless effort in making this event possible. Your dedication ensured that this conference continues to serve as a platform for exchanging knowledge and fostering academic excellence. Once again, welcome to Miceri 2026. Let this be a day of fruitful discussion, meaningful connection, and complex ideas. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, officially the seminar is open. Thank you and wish you all successful and inspiring conference.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Imam Sujadi, for your distinguished remarks and officially inaugurating the fourth Miceri 2026. Dear all participants, before we proceed to the panel session, we will have a brief photo session to document this moment of Miceri 2026. May we kindly invite the Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Professor Dr. Imam Sujadi, our distinguished keynote speakers, and the moderator to remain on screen for the photo session. And we kindly ask all invited participants to turn on their camera.
Okay, slide one. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, next. Slide 2. 1, 2, 3. Slide 3. 1, 2, 3. Slide 4. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next slide. Slide 5. Okay, smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Miss Ira. Dear all participants, we shall now proceed to the panel sessions featuring eminent scholars from different countries who will share their expertise and research perspectives. All panel sessions this morning will be conducted under the guidance of our moderator, Dr. Ruli Hafidah, a respected lecturer and researcher in the field of education with extensive international academic experience. Allow me to introduce our distinguished speaker. Our first distinguished speaker is Professor Dr. Sri Marmoah from 11 Maret University, Indonesia. Our second distinguished speaker is Professor Dr. Namil Jamil Malik from the University of Sialkot, Pakistan. Our third distinguished speaker is Professor Aurora Adina Colomes from Stefan Cel Mare, University of Suceava, Romania. To our distinguished moderator, Dr. Ruli Hafidah, the panel session is now respectfully entrusted to you.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Nathania. Is my voice clear enough, Mbak?
Yes,
Yes, clear.
I
Oh,
can
yeah.
hear it clearly.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable, the Dean of Teacher Training and Education Faculty of 11 Maret University, Dr. Imam Sujadi, MSE, and the Honorable, the three speakers in the panel session. There are from Prof. Dr. Nafid Jamil Malik from University of Sialkot, Pakistan, and then the second speaker is Prof. Aurora Adina Kolomezi from Stefan Selmer University of Suceava, Romania. And the last speaker is Professor Dr. Sri Marmoah, SPD, MPD from 11 Maret University. The Honorable Chairman, all committee, and all participants of this seminar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the panel session of the fourth mini international conference of educational research and innovation, Miceri 2026, with the theme Research, Innovation, and Technology in Education for Sustainable Development. This seminar is organized by the Master Program of Elementary School Teacher Education, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, 11 Maret University. First of all, let us thank to Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. Because of His blessing, we are now in the panel session of this seminar. Secondly, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Rulia Fida, as the moderator in this session. As we know that the purpose of Miceri 2026 is a forum to accommodate researchers, academic educators, and education staff and other stakeholders to share perspective related to the educational trend seen from the perspective of Society 5.0 era, which includes the field of learning innovation, education technology, educational management, school leadership, curriculum development and evaluation, character education, elementary education, and early childhood education. Therefore, in this session, we will present three speakers who will talk much relating to this topic. The first speaker is Professor Dr. Sri Marmoa, SPD, MPD from 11 Maret University. Assalamualaikum, Prof. Marmoa.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
How are you today, Prof?
Alhamdulillah, I'm fine. How about you?
I'm
Uli?
also fine, thank you. Okay, thank you very much for your participation in our seminar. And then my second speaker is Professor Dr. Nafid Jamil Malik from University of Sialkot, Pakistan. And the last speaker is Professor Aurora Adina Kolomesi from Stefan Selmer University of Seseva, Romania. Maybe for the second and the third speaker will join in the Zoom the next, yeah. And then before we listen to the presentation of the speaker, I would like to give a short biography of all the speakers. The first biography is from Dr. Sri Marmoah, SPD, MPD. She is currently the head of the Master of Primary School Teacher Education Study Program and still actively carrying out teaching duties in the Bachelor of Primary School Teacher Education and Teacher Professional Education BPG study programs. Prof. Marmoa have had some experiences outside the university. There are the newest with University Pendidikan Sultan Idris UPSI Malaysia, Joint Supervision 2024 University Brunei Darussalam, Joint Supervision 2024 Kerti University Perth, Australia Sabbatical Leave Program 2024, Erasmus Staff Mobility Stefan Selmer University of Seseva Romania 2024, Community Service Migrant Worker in Taiwan 2025, Visiting Outbound Collaboration Research Curtin University Australia 2025, and Visiting Professor at Guangzhou Huasang Vocational College China 2025. Furthermore, she is also active in various research projects. There are in 2024, for example, comparative study of independent curriculum implementation in elementary school in Thailand and Indonesia as a German. 2025, analysis of the teacher's technology readiness in complementing deep learning to encourage student creativity thinking skill through effective classroom management. And 2025, PLS in modeling analysis, factor influencing the readiness of perspective elementary school teachers in implementing deep learning. And then my second biography is from Dr. Nafid Jamil Malik from University of Sialkot, Pakistan. Start from October 2020. Up to now, Prof. Nafid is the Dean Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Director Professional Development Center, Director Center for Rumi and Iqbal Studies, Associate Dean Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Head of Department of Education of University of Sialkot, Pakistan, and 2024, Prof. Nafid as a founding director, Next Gene Creation PVT LTD Islamabad, Pakistan. Prof. Nafid has a lot of article has been published. For the example, Spiritually, Sufism and Student Character Building, Journal of Innovation in Education and Sciences in 2025, Motivational Leadership in Iqbal Putri for Student Career Path Planning, Asian Innovative Journal of Social Sciences and Humanities in 2023, and Perception of Teacher about their professional development at elementary level, a public and private basis comparison, Journal of Positive School Psychology in 2023. And then the third biography is from Professor Aura Adina Colomesi from Stefan Selmer University of Suceava, Romania. She was born at 28 July 1973. Her position now is the Dean of the Educational Sciences Faculty, Stefan Selmer University of Suceava, Romania. Her main activities are delivering courses and seminars on educational psychology, counseling, gifted education, emotional education, positive education, and psychology of resilience. There are some publications from Prof. Adina, for example, Emotional Education, a challenge for teachers training in further education in the Balkan countries, the counseling of gifted children, need assessment from teacher and parents' perspective in NLA University, and assessing social emotional in Romanian teenager. Okay, after we now the short biography of from the three speaker. Now I will invite my first speaker, Professor Dr. Sri Marmoah MPD from 11 Mari University, with the title Elementary School Leadership in the Digital Era. The time allocation of your presentation is around 30 minutes, Prof. And then after that, we will go to the Q&A session for 15 minutes. Are you ready, Prof. Marmoah?
Yes, of course.
Okay, time is yours, Prof.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Swastiastu,
wabarakatuh.
Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. The Honorable, the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Mr. Dr. Imam Sujadi, Master of Science. Thank you, Pak Dekan, for your time and given opening ceremony of Miceri. Thank you so much, Pak Dekan. Okay. The speaker, Prof. Navid Jamil Malik from University of Sialkot, Pakistan. Prof. Navid, have you joined this session, Prof. Navid? Hello, Prof. Navid. Okay. And then the next speaker, Professor Aurora Adina Colomesi from Stefan Selmare University of Suceava, Romania. She is my close friend, about 9 years since 2018. So we have another presenter from Pakistan. The first, Mr. Muhammad Umar Ahmed, PhD from Department of Education, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, University of Sialkot, Pakistan. And then the second presenter, Mr. Pahar Ul Zaman from University of Narwal, Punjab, Pakistan. On the lecture of elementary school teacher education, master study program. Thank you for the join. On the committee of Miceri, all participant, all presenter of Miceri. Thank you for your join the session. But Natalia, could you show my presentation? Hello, Natalia.
Okay.
Okay, before I start, all participants, all presenters, smile please. Don't stress, yeah. Enjoy in the Miceri conference. Okay, today we will discuss about elementary school leadership in the digital era. Why I choose this topic? Yeah, I think elementary school leadership in the digital era is an important topic, yeah, because we know all school today are experiences rapid changes driven by technology, especially AI, artificial intelligence, and in the teaching learning process use digital learning. So in here, teachers and principal no longer responsibility for administrative management, but also for guiding teaching and learning processes that inclusive on digital tools. Next slide. Why just yeah, okay. The overview of my presentation, number one, introduction, and then two, about my preliminary study, three, elementary school leadership in the digital era, four, digital tools in the elementary school leadership, five, artificial intelligence in elementary education, six, the risk and ethics of AI in elementary school, seven, ethical principle and the implementation of AI in elementary school, and then the last about AI implementation strategies in elementary school. Yeah, next slide, Mbak. Yeah, today in the 21st of century, I think digital transformation has made school increasingly dependent on database system. And what the role of school principal? Yeah, I think school principal has shifted toward socio-technical decision making, the required understanding and the ability to connect between technology, data, and accountability by digital. And then about AI, I think all of you familiar about AI, yeah? Artificial intelligence is present technology to promises data-driven decision support and AI more adaptive educational services, yeah? Both teachers and principal too, I think. The leadership in school as the headmaster or principal greatly determines the readiness of teachers and school culture in integrating AI, meaningful through like organizational support, strengthening teacher competence, because today I think teacher not just have competence, yeah, pedagogical competence, social competence, personal competence, professional competence, and the teacher must competence too in the digital, yeah, for especially for teaching learning process. So today I think elementary school is the main foundation for the formation of basic, for example, literacy, character, and learning readiness of student. And the first grade or early grades, I think students learn about fundamental like reading, writing, numeracy skill. Yeah, so that become the basis for all future academic learning at the same time. So the principal or the teachers, I think, play a key role in the shaping student character through daily habits. Yeah, I think every school, especially in elementary school, every day have daily habits. Yeah, like pembiasaan. Yeah, such as discipline, respect, responsibility, and cooperation. So in addition, elementary education help children develop learning readiness by building curiosity, confidence, and skill needs to adapt to more complex learning experiences and level of education. Next slide, Mbak. Yeah. We have preliminary study in some of school. The data was collected through a questionnaire to teachers and principal. Yeah, we have a respondent of 112 divided by female, 80 female and 32 male. So the category of respondent, we have a classroom teacher, 58, the principal, so 46, and the subject teacher, 7, just one of school supervisor. So next slide, Mbak. Yeah, next slide. Halo, Mbak Natania. Yeah. Based on the questionnaire, we know about the perception of teachers and principal regarding the leadership of elementary school and the digital era. We have 7 items. Yeah. The first about awareness of AI and digital technology, and we have the mean of score of 4.09. And then the second about vision and direction of AI utilization, the mean of score 3.82. And then next, AI assisted learning leadership, and the mean is 3.96. And then the fourth, database or data and technology based decision making. The mean of score 3.95. And then the 5, the principal sport for teachers and digital school culture. The score means 3.99. And then about ethic, privacy, and security, and the mean score of 4.202. And then the last about resources, collaboration, and the managing. Based on the 7 data, the highest score is in the awareness of AI and digital technology. Yeah, I think school professor consider appropriate in understanding the importance of AI and digital technology in elementary school. And then the low of score is about vision and the direction of AI utilized. So the school principal considered quite appropriate in formulating the strategic direction of using AI. Okay, next slide, Mbak. Yeah, the same too based on my preliminary study. Yeah, there are main difficulties in the use of technology in school, especially in elementary school. The first about the limitation of the competence and digital literacy. Yeah, as we know, I think some of school we have senior teachers. Yeah, some of senior teachers, I think the ability of understand and utilize SI is not evenly distributed, but not all senior teachers. Yeah, maybe one of school. And then next, lack of ongoing training and mentoring related to the use of AI. Yes, I think AI and meaningful learning for student. Yeah, some of school like just maybe a small number have training and mentoring about AI. And then next about limited school facilities and infrastructure, but we know in the Soloraya, I think about school facilities and infrastructure, I think is every school have like computer devices, gadget, endpoint, and the others. Next, internet access, contents like geographical condition, for example, in the one of student maybe in the Wonogiri, in the regency of Soloimo, maybe, I think including have weak signal, maybe. And then the next, the low motivation, some of teachers, enthusiasm for learning and resistance of some teachers about new technology made difficult to build an adaptive culture. But this is just a conclusion about the perception of from teachers. And then difficulties in the teaching aspect, like using computer, using AI, and then you designing prompt, providing detailed interaction and maximizing AI features optimally. But in the session, I think all of the teacher is the younger teacher, I think familiar about AI. And then the last, the concern about data-driven decision making. I'm sorry, the readiness of school policies and governance, I think is not yet full adapted in supporting the use AI pedagogical. Okay. Next slide, Mbak. This is some of effort to improve the leadership of school principal in digital era. The first is improve digital literacy and understanding of AI in order to be able the use of technology in school. But today, I think all the school, for example, principal, teacher, student, and the other, I think all of them understanding of AI. And then the second effort is about training, seminar, workshop, and going mentoring. I think the principal and teacher, I think, use of AI and technology. And then the role model, both I think principal and teachers, I think must be role model the use of technology. And then next, school need to build a culture of innovation and collaboration, and then both of teachers and principal, I think, must open to new ideas, including sharing good practices between teachers in the same school or in the outside of school. And then the use AI must be done wisely while still prioritizing. Someone use AI must have ethics, moral, and humanist value. And the next about the student, I think the student continue to think critically and independently so as not really exercising on AI. I think some of teachers use AI to make like assessment and the diagnostic assessment and the formative or summative assessment. Yeah, that in here, student continue to think critically, yeah, independently. And then next about digital infrastructure and such as devices, internet networks need to be equipped. So the principal and teachers must use of technology optimally. And then about data-driven decision making. Yeah, we know some of principal advise use technology and then conduct to continuous monitoring, evaluating or MONAP supervision, academic supervision, non-academic supervision, use technology. And then the last effort, need for adaptive school policies, yeah, I think some of school have cooperation, yeah, with stakeholder, local government, committees or parents, yeah, to support the digital transformation. Next slide, Mbak. Mbak Ruli, please tell me if time is over.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Prof. Yeah.
Okay, next, elementary school leadership in digital era, yeah. What is digital leadership in elementary school? Digital leadership is a paradigm shift in school leadership by placing technology as part of the vision of educational transformation. And then what's the goal of digital leadership? In elementary school, the main goal of digital leadership is to ensure that technological transformation supports student learning optimally while strengthening effective and accountable school governments. This means technology is not adopted by modernization, but technology is strategically used to support teaching quality student engagement and educational outcome. For example, a principal or teachers may introduce digital learning platform. It used to help teachers and students to provide interactive lesson and personalized feedback for students. At the same time, the principal can implement a school information system to manage student data, monitor academic or non-academic progress, and ensure transparency in administration. So there are 5 key aspects of principal digital leadership, vision of the school digital transformation, strengthening teachers' competence in technology-based learning, building a culture of innovation and school collaboration, managing digital communication with parents and the community, and utilizing data as a basis for decision making. And there are 4 competence of school principal in Indonesia. I think the personality, social, professional, I think the same competent with a teacher, but the difference is in the entrepreneurship competence. Yeah, this is based on the regulation of the Minister of Primary and Secondary Education of the Republic of Indonesia, number 7 of 2025. concerning the assignment of teachers, as principal emphasizes that school principal must have four competence: personality competence, social competence, professional competence, and entrepreneur competence. Next slide, Mbak. Okay. Next, about the characteristic and the role of school principal in the digital era. About visionary and adaptive. I think the principal in some of school are able to see the direction and digital education development and prepare school strategies. And then technology base, yeah. A school leader or principal, I think, encourage the use digital platform for administration, learning, and evaluating in the management of school. Collaborative, the principal, I think, must building cooperation between teachers, students, parents, stakeholder, or the community through effective digital communication in the school. And then innovative. Principal encourage teachers to develop creative learning media, such as some of teachers use AR, yeah, LMS, interactive application, and then the others online media for teaching and learning. And then the last, data oriented. The principal must using academic data or non-academic data for appropriate decision making. So there are five, the role of school principal in the digital era. The first, leader of learning. So today the headmaster or principal as the manager and as the teacher too. So the principal ensure that technology-based learning remains student-centered and support instructional quality. And then the second, digital manager, the principal must manage integration of technology in the school system, including like digital administration. Today, some of school have like education report every year, and then some of principal must analyze and then make what the planning and then the implementing and the evaluating about the report of education. Change of agent. Of course, the principal as the change of agent. So the principal encourage changes in school culture, like digital innovation and adaptation and use in the teaching learning process. And then the fourth, the capacity building. In here, the principal must build up learning technologies. So the last, as the garden of digital ethics, yeah, we know today the technology is familiar, use AI and the others. So the school principal must have a role play in the ensuring digital security. Based on the student data protection, teachers, and then responsibility, the community of the school use and of technology. Next slide, Mbak. Next slide, Mbak.
Excuse me, Prof.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5 minutes left, Prof.
Okay.
5 minutes, yeah. Excuse.
Yeah, ini ya just reading ya, kalau 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Oke, next slide, Mbak Navalia. Ya, think the participant, yeah, no digital tools in the elementary school leadership. We can use like digital tools, school administration and management. Yeah. I think some of principal can use like a Google Worksheet, school administration and collaboration. Use Microsoft 365 maybe for document and management of teachers teamwork. And then digital learning or LMS, yeah, use Google Classroom, Moodle, yeah, online material, quizzes and evaluation, and then communication and collaboration. I know, yeah, some of teachers use like Zoom meeting, Google Meet, yeah, Microsoft Teams, WhatsApp group, and the other. And then digital assessment and evaluation, yeah, can use like Google Form, yeah, simple questionnaire and assessment, quizzes like learner interactive quiz, Kahoot, game-based evaluation. And then data and mentoring, I think can use Power BI, yeah, data dashboard for school result. And then today we have GTK, Ruang Guru Space, yeah, and then teacher training and learning community, and then learning innovation, yeah. Some of teachers or students use like H5P, yeah, H5P, then they like make interactive digital teaching materials, and then you guys can track, yeah, based coding learner, because today have coding learning, yeah, in school. And then AR apps like Quiver, Max, Cube, visual innovative learning. And then next slide. So this is just slide, not reading, yeah. Next slide. Halo, Mbak? Okay. I think next slide. Next slide, yeah, because time is over. Yeah. There is the risk on ethic of AI elementary school. Yeah. So decision automation can reduce the professional control of teachers and principal. So in here, make a pedagogical decision and risk of not being fully in human control. Yeah. So about leakage and measure of student data, why? Because children privacy are very sensitive and has a long-term algorithmic basis that can result unfair recommendation and reinforce entirely training data are not representative. And then about difficult to understand how recommendation of automatization are made. And then school reliance on certain technology platform or vendor which can limit school autonomy. And then the risk of commercialization of education, because the use of AI often improves the interest of technology industry, can be the public responsibility of school. And then the social consequences, I think, are complex, yeah, because educational decisions are not only technical, but need related to the value, power relation, character, and justice in the school. So next slide, I think time is over. The slide maybe in I think you can my PowerPoint can share of the presenter, yeah. This is the ethical in implementation of AI. Okay, fairness in the use of AI, transparency, data protection and student privacy, human accountability and responsibility, human oversight, and student protection. Next slide, Mbak. Yeah, I think the last slide, yeah. I think the last slide. AI implementation strategies, yeah, elementary school, and the first AI literacy and needs mapping. In here, both principal and teachers, I think, must improve AI literacy and identify the most relevant learning need to be supported by AI, such as in use in the diagnostic assessment and the formative assessment, summative and the simple adaptive learning. And then the second about learning based limited trials. Yeah. The implementation begin with the small scale pilot project, yeah, concept AI practices, such as automated feedback or simple learning analytic. And then the third, drafting procedure and privacy governance. Yeah, I think school establish operational standard, yeah, SOP, and for procedure related the collection, the storage, the use of student data, teachers data, and as well ensure transparency, accountability, and protection for AI. And then the last about the continuous evaluation and development. The principal or school, yeah, conduct the regular evaluation of the effectiveness of digital or AI and the learning quality, student welfare, and its impact the role of teachers, then develop a gradual and dynamic implementation. Okay, I think time is over. Thank you. Back to Ibu Dr. Ruli.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Prof. Marmoah, for your interesting and useful material about elementary school leadership in the digital era. Okay, from Prof. Marmoah's presentation, I can conclude that the elementary school leadership in the digital era focuses on the guiding the use of digital technology and AI to support learning, school management, and student development. Principals need to clear digital vision, strong support for teachers, and ethical approach to technology despite challenges such as limited infrastructure and teacher readiness. Therefore, AI should be implemented carefully to improve education while protecting human values, student safety, and long-term sustainability. Okay, after we listen the presentation Prof. Marmoah, it's time to discussion session or Q&A session for around 15 minutes. Okay, I will remind for all the participants on the Zoom, if you have a question, you can just directly give question to Prof. Marmoah by click the raise hand button. Or maybe if you want, you can write down your question on the chat column. Okay, for the participant, do you have a question for Prof. Marmoah about elementary school leadership in the digital era? Okay, there are some questions. Okay, I start from the room one. There is Mrs. I Octavia. Okay, hello, Miss Ayi.
Halo, Assalamualaikum. It's my
Waalaikumsalam
pleasure.
warahmatullahi
Miss,
wabarakatuh. Yeah, you can mention your institution,
okay.
Miss. Yeah.
Thank you for the change, Miss Ruli and Mrs. Marmoah. I'm Octavia. I'm a graduate student in 11 Maret University in Master of Elementary School Education Programs. So I want to thank you about this knowledge and this material from Prof. Marmoah. I'm so excited because I'm a new principal since December. So this our new knowledge and new material. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Prof. So I want to ask something this material, Prof. I want to know about an example of activity about how to, as a principal, we use school data for decision making. And I want to know how we can know our decision. Can we share our goals with data or with technology, Prof? Maybe that's all my question to Prof. Marmoah from me. So, but overall, thank you so much for the knowledge and the material. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam
wabarakatuh.
warahmatullahi.
Prof. Mar. You want to directly to answer, or we go to the next questioner?
The next question, maybe one more is okay.
Okay, one more participant who raised the hand. There is from Rumwa, Mrs. Dinar Sri. Mr. Dinar, yeah, can you give your question, deliver your question to Prof. Marmoah?
Okay, thank you for Ibu Ruli Hafida as the moderator for the chance given to me. Here, my name is Dina Yustiana. I am from the master program in elementary school teacher education 11 Maret University. Thank you, Prof. Marmoah, for the insightful presentation. Here, I want to ask, since adapting to technology, the technology can sometimes be overwhelming for educators. So here I'd like to ask, how can the principal support teachers in digital learning today? That's all my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Dinar. And then it's time for Prof. Marmoah to answer the two questions, Prof.
Okay. Thank you for two questions, yeah. Okay. Congratulations, Mbak Ayi Octavia is a new headmaster, yeah. So your question about what kind of data, yeah? What kind of data can use principal in your school, yeah. Okay, Mbak Ayi, as we know, today the many document, many data, yeah, but in the digital era, maybe as the new principal or maybe the senior principal, I think about practically, yeah, in the school, I think the first is you need a student academic data, yeah, like includes in the test score, learning progress, literacy, and numeracy result, and then classroom assessment tool. And then the second about student attendance and behavior data. And then I think some school is like the daily habits, yeah. So data such as daily attendance, punctually, discipline record, yeah, because today is a positive discipline, yeah, in some school, student behavior report. And then the third, I think you need about teacher performance data. Yeah, this include like classroom observation result, yeah, in the teaching learning process, and the supervision report, yeah, academic and non-academic, maybe teaching quality evaluation, and the professional development needs to for teacher. And then the fourth, I think you need like a learning process data. Yeah. I think you need information about how learning is delivered in the classroom. Yeah, such as like make a lesson plan implementation. Some of teacher, I think every teacher have a document of lesson plan. Yeah, but how learning and deliver in the classroom. Yeah, you can use digital tools, yeah, student engagement and teaching methods too. And then you need to about school administration data, such as school management system, including student enrollment, the schedule, your program, the short-term, long-term program, school document, and then administrative record too. And then I think very important, like you have some of school have like BOS or BOSKIN, yeah, a school finance and budget data. Yeah, this include like you have like a budget planning. Yeah, school based on the education report your school, you get a budget planning for the 1 semester or 2 semester, school spending, funding report, and then resource allocation for program and facilities. And the same too, I think you need infrastructure and facility data, yeah, like school facilities, so many school facilities you have, internet access, classroom equipment, digital devices, yeah, to digital learning, and then maintenance needs. And then maybe some could use parent and community feedback data, yeah, like for the community stakeholder, the local government. I think you need the feedback data from parents and the community. And then I think the main of your question is you use digital technology use data. Yeah. For example, data about the use of learning platform. Yeah. Some of school use AI tools, ChatGPT, and the other digital learning resources, and then student online activity for safety and activities. So effectiveness. And then I think one more. I think you use the need school quality and accreditation data. Yeah, why? Because data I think related to school performance indicator, yeah, national education standard, school evaluation, and improving planning too. Okay, and then the second question about Mbak Ruli, about how can
How
yeah.
can the principal to support the teacher in the digital era?
Okay, I think digital era, especially in the I think can help teachers, yeah, for learning teaching process, yeah, and just not replace them. For example, I think digital era can give feedback, yeah, quick feedback, help prepare learning material from the social media, from online material, and check student progress. But today, teachers are still the most important. Yeah. Why? Because the digital just guides student. Yeah. By relationship, teach values, and under, understand student needs. Yeah, we know today you use curriculum Merdeka, yeah, and the use of deep learning process, yeah, and then some of student must have its Pancasila profile student, yeah, they are faith in God and noble character, yeah, and then global diversity, mutual cooperation, critical thinking, creativity, social awareness and empathy, and then leadership and responsibility. So the principal, what will do the principal with the teachers? Yeah, I think back to the role of principal, yeah, in the digital era. I think the principal as the leader of learning must have like monitoring, evaluating on the teaching learning, and then about the digital manager, yeah. So the principal to support, yeah, how to use digital in the teaching learning process, a teacher, and then as the chain of agent, yeah, the principal need change like a senior teacher, yeah, must need familiar about technology, and then all the community of school must familiar with technology. So the principal needs atau be to support of teachers, and then capacity building. Yeah. So I think the principal by a teacher capacity. Yeah. How a teacher as the develop to professional as a teacher. Yeah. And then the integration and the learning technology and the teaching learning process of teacher like technology use like you use Zoom meeting in the teaching process, yeah, use like H5P, interactive digital, yeah, use data and mentoring, use digital assessment and evaluation, like use how to monitoring on the teacher and the teaching learning process, like make a Google form, quizzes, and the other. And then the guardian of digital ethics, yeah, we have some of ethics. I think digital tools and the elementary skills more functional. But everyone must have ethical principle in the implementation of digital, like fairness in the use of AI, data protection, transparency, human accountability, human oversight, and then student protection too. So, Mbak, who is the Mbak siapa tadi?
Mbak Dinar,
Mbak
Prof.
Dinar, yeah. So Mbak Dinar, so I think the role of principal, I think very important to how to teachers, yeah, use of digital era or digital tool in the teaching learning process. Yeah. But in here, digital just help, yeah, just help teacher, not replace them. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Back to
Okay.
Ruli.
Thank you, Prof. Marmoa. Maybe from Miss Ai and Miss Dinar, Mbak Ai and Mbak Dinar, any feedback?
No,
Clear enough.
thank you so
Okay.
much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Because of the second and the third speaker haven't joined in this Zoom, okay, I will give a chance for the other participant to give question to Prof. Marmoa. Okay, maybe you can raise hand. You can just click the raise hand. Okay, there are two participant from the room 3. There is Miss Rika Ayuma, Miss Rika, and then room 8. Yes. Yeah. Room.
Thanks for the time given to me, Miss Ruli Havida. Thank you very much for the insightful presentation, Prof. Marmoa. Sorry. I have my name is Rika. I am from 11 Maret University. I have a question regarding to your presentation. Could you please explain how can AI be used in elementary school without replacing teacher? That's my question. Thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you, Miss Rika. Prof, are you ready, Prof? Explain how can AI used to, yes, in elementary school, but without, what is it, replacing the position of the teacher in the class.
I'm sorry, Prof. Please unmute the speaker, Prof.
Okay, still unmute, Prof.
Okay, thank you, Mbak.
Mbak Rika.
Oh, Mbak Rika
Mbak Rika, ya. Ayuma Warsih.
Okay.
Jih, Prof.
Thank you, Mbak Rika, for your question. Yeah, as I had described before. Yeah. So your question is how can AI use in elementary school? Yeah, because replacing teachers. Yeah. I mean, teachers is, I think, very important, yeah, in the teaching learning process. But the AI in here just help teachers. Yeah, for example, when the Rika will teaching learning process, I think AI just can help teachers, yeah, not replace them. Yeah, so the role of tool and the role of teachers, I think, different. Yeah, why? Because AI just tool, but teacher is a human. Yeah, and as you know, for example, maybe if you ask AI, maybe can give quickly feedback, but I think cannot check what the progress of student. For example, the result of assessment, yeah. I'm sorry. The result of assessment, the values, the character, who understand student needs, yeah. just a tool, yeah, not some of Prof Nafid. I'm sorry, we want to check Prof Nafid, so I'm sorry. This one. Prof Nafid, this one. We are all waiting here for the proper room. Please, Mbak, di add. Maybe, I'm sorry, Mbak Rika, the second speaker and the third speaker can join this Zoom meeting. Maybe wrong access. Okay, next, Mbak Rika, yeah. So I think difference, yeah. AI just tool, yeah. As teacher as human, yeah. Have like feel, have like ya I think difference ya, punya perasaan, punya hati gitu ya. So like the why AI we use elementary school ya just support learning, just support to teaching, just support the school management ya. But about for example, AI can student will need extra practice in reading, yeah, or reading in bahasa Indonesia or mathematics. So can receive suitable exercises by AI. And the other hand, maybe AI can give a feedback. Yeah, I think faster feedback for student. Yeah, AI can check simple quizzes, yeah, assessment, maybe their summative or formative assessment, and then give a quick feedback. AI help student learn for mistake immediately, but from the feedback, maybe as a teacher, like who check the like today, today and the curriculum Merdeka use deep learning approach. Yeah, there are three aspects like joyful learning. Can AI make a joyful learning? No. Yeah, and then meaningful learning. Yeah, and then mindful learning. Yeah, just AI, just the tool. Yeah. And then like I can spot the teacher and the teaching learning process, yeah. But some of teacher make a create lesson plan from AI, maybe use some of materials, the media, the method, worksheet, and the like LKPD, yeah, activities more efficient. But this is just create, yeah, just a use, but I think the role of teachers and AI different for students. And the other hand, AI like how inclusive sport education, inclusive education sport. Yeah. Yes, I think AI can provide too. Yeah, like speech to text. Yeah. Text to speech, adaptive learning platform to help students with special needs. But maybe different for teachers. Teachers in the teaching process use as a heart, as a humanist, yeah, and the wise and the other. Okay, so the overall, Mbak Rika, ya, I think AI in the elementary school maybe different, ya. AI is just tool, ya, just assist and assist to teachers, principal, student too, but cannot replace them, ya, cannot replace the role of teachers in teaching process, cannot replace the principal as the manager, as the leader, yeah. So I think the main goal is just to improve learning quality, yeah. So keeping education human center and child friendly. So just with teachers. I think enough, Mbak Rika. Is it okay?
Any feedback,
Thank
Mbak
you.
Rika?
Okay, thank you for answering my question, Prof. Marmuah. That's very clear explanation. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Marmoa, and also Mbak Rika for your question. Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Marmoa, having given us material about the elementary school literacy in the digital era. And before we go to the second speaker, here we are. There is Professor Dr. Nafi Jamil Malik from University of Sialkot, Pakistan. Would you please to give the closing statement, Prof?
Me?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Dr. Roli, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So,
No problem, Prof.
about the implementation of digital or into the studies elementary school, I think the principal need make like literacy and needs mapping, yeah, and then make learning based limited trials, driving SOP procedure and privacy government, and then continuous evaluation and develop, and then the important, I think, overall, digital tool or, for example, AI in elementary school should be used as a tool, yeah, to assess a teacher, student, and principal, not to replace them. Yeah, the main goal is to improve learning quality while keeping education human-centered and child friendly. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Marmoah. Now we will listen to the presentation of the second speaker, Professor Dr. Nafi Jamil Malik from the University of Sialkot, Pakistan, with the title Re-Engineering Educational Leadership for Holistic Development in the AI-Driven Age for Sustainability. Okay, I will say hello first for Prof. Nafid. Assalamualaikum, Prof. Nafid.
Waalaikumsalam. How are you?
I'm
Good
fine,
morning from
thank you.
Pakistan.
Yes, good morning, Prof. Okay, thank you very much for joining in our seminar. Okay, and then I will permit Prof. Nafid to present your material around 30 minutes, Prof. 30 minutes, and then after that, yeah, we will go to the Q&A session. Time is yours. Are you ready, Prof?
Yes, I'm ready. And should I share my slides or you will
Yes.
share it?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Prof.
So I think you can see them.
Yes, we can see your presentation.
So this is the title of my presentation. I will go through it in the available time. Re-engineering educational leadership for holistic development in the AI-driven age for sustainability. These are actually the work which we have done. We have a dual challenge of working in the area of holistic development in the age of AI. So dual challenge means we have to look at both sides, the development in the context of AI, and then side by side developing the humans, the students and the teachers and the community. That is a dual job which we have to do. And it is somehow urgent task. You can say that it is very much demanding. And the issue is now globally accepted that we have to work in AI, we have to live with the AI tools, but side by side, we have to look into the holistic development as a goal. This is a global context, not a context of only one particular country or community. The major role in the context of holistic development is that of spirituality. And for that, we have a transformative agenda which we have taken over in last 5 years at University of Sialkot. And me being an experienced professional teacher for last 40 years in higher education, I am trying to do a role of a mentor for the character building in the context of holism for my students who are engaged with me in my classes. So this critical gap has to be addressed, and the gap exists is that the people who are working in AI or who are living in the AI age, they are usually ignoring this holistic development. So I have taken this as a mission, and the practical synthesis have been done, which is I'm going to present here in this session. So this is the framework for transformative education. We have taken the global challenge of AI disruption and sustainability crisis, and the core problem is the imbalance which occurs between technology and humanism. So we proposed a solution to reinvent educational paradigm and the leadership in organizations. And that transformative agenda has been taken, which addresses ethical leadership and mentorship. And the goal is to develop or cultivate the whole person. And the whole person is actually the individual, which is nurturing its all four natural gifts given by Allah. And those natural gifts are the body, mind, heart, and spirit, with the pivotal catalyst as the spirit of out of these four. And the outcome of this whole transformative educational process, which we have taken over in last 5 years at University of Sialkot, is that ethical and resilient graduates are being produced. This is our claim. And that will naturally be contributing towards the sustainability of the organizations and the society as well. So the research question which we addressed was, what can we learn from past graduate research to guide us in re-engineering the leadership models, theories, and styles for holistic development of individuals in the academic setting in the age that is driven by AI? And particularly in this research, the main emphasis was how can mysticism, or you can say spirituality, and human values be transformative forces that make educational leadership possible and that may help us to achieve a sustainable future? This was the question. To address this question, these different researches have been conducted at University of Salkot in the Department of Education, in our Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, which is being led by me as the Dean of that faculty. And these are a total of 29 research theses which we have conducted so far under my supervision by the MS students in the Department of Education. They get the degree of MS Education. And some of them, all these research theses are completed, and about 6 to 7 graduates of these theses, this program, and they are now pursuing their PhD with some other supervisors in some other universities of Pakistan. This is the very first thesis, the Quranic perspective of heart and effective neuroscience. It is a transdisciplinary study for transformational learning. This is the model which we have developed that takes into account the emotional intelligence, spiritual intelligence, and mental intelligence of both the teacher and the learner, which we call here as the mentor and the mentee. And all aspects have been taken into account for transformation of the mentee, who is a learner, in the learning space. And all the aspects which are shown around these two circles, they have been considered. And this student has almost completed her PhD as well. Her PhD was after this thesis related to the metaphysics in education. So this is how we are continuing the concept of holistic development even in the PhD level research. Then the second was determining the components of teacher leadership in Nahjul Balagha using content analysis. Nahjul Balagha is, you can say, the lectures, the sermons, the uh, letters which were written and delivered by the fourth Caliph, Sayyidina Ali. That Nahjul Balagha has been qualitatively analyzed and this model has been developed, and we compare the leadership aspects which are hidden in Nahjul Balagha. We compare them with the leadership concepts, teacher leadership concepts from the contemporary literature, and we combine them to develop a behavior-based model for teacher leadership. Then comes the third thesis, epistemic vision in Iqbal's aura from the educational perspective. Iqbal, you might be knowing and you must be knowing, he was our national poet, Allama Muhammad Iqbal. His Urdu poetry, the English translation of the Urdu poetry was analyzed qualitatively using content analysis techniques and in VOVA software. And this model has been developed to highlight the epistemic vision of the poetry of Iqbal, and so as to guide the teacher, the student, and the curriculum for holistic development in the educational process based on the teachings of Quran and Sunnah, because in the poetry of Iqbal, the main essence is from Quran and Sunnah. Then we also compared the uh, concepts, the philosophy of self-realization, which we call in Persian as khudi, and self-realization or self-actualization. That is the concept given by Maslow in his hierarchy of needs, and that was also addressed by Iqbal in his poetry, and Stephen R. Covey in his famous books of Seven Habits of Highly Effective People and The Eighth Habit. So both were compared, and this model was developed for self-realization as a perfect man, as a whole person in the context of Iqbal and Covey. Then again, the poetry of Iqbal was adopted, analyzed to investigate how it motivates the students as leaders so that they can make a better decision towards their career path planning. So this model was developed for motivational leadership, career choice for students' career path planning. Then there is a very classic mystic literature of Sheikh Fariduddin Attar, which was originally in Persian. Its English translation was adopted, and the teacher leadership attributes were extracted from that Mantiq Tair, his Masnavi, which is about 800 years old classic, and that model of teacher leadership was developed. And we are now currently working on the modules which are based on such models which we have developed in this research. So practical activity-based modules are now being developed on some of these models by my PhD students or in our personal capacity of our team of researchers. Then the study of the concept of self given by Socrates and Iqbal, that was also developed for transcendental learning. Iqbal focused on spiritual being, Socrates focused on the self being, and then the virtuous person and transfluent person, they have their own attributes, again having the same natural gifts of body, mind, heart, and spirit. And then the transcendental learning was happening for the individual learner. Then this was the very first thesis, which was based on the Masnavi of Maulana Jalaluddin Rumi. Again, it is a 8 centuries old classic poetry, very much famous across the world. And this was a model developed for the spirituality in education leadership for teachers, and that has reflected that how the 4 levels of spirit are there in any human, and what are its attributes: Carnelian spirit, Scholastic spirit, Sufi spirit, and revelatory spirit. And what are their attributes? They affect the circular components, which is a student, which is a teacher, parent, institute, and society. And what are the common attributes of spiritual leadership in contemporary literature and the Masnavi of Jalaluddin Rumi, They have been shown inside the circle in the hexagon, and all they contribute to the world of work, and the outcome is checked. If it is up to the mark, then it's okay. Otherwise, we have to redevelop, or work on improving the spiritual level of the individuals. May it be teacher, may it be student or parent or any person from the institute or the society. This was a mystic model based on our local Punjabi language classic again, the poetry of Sultan Bahu, which has been translated in many languages. So the spiritual journey of that poetry was explored. It was compared with the contemporary educational leadership attributes, and this model was developed, which was a mystic educational leadership model from his Persian book of his sermons, which was named as Ainul Fakr. Its Persian, English, and Urdu translations are available. So they were studied, and all this work has been completed. Then this was again another task based on the Sufi poetry, Sufi Punjabi poetry, local language of our province of Punjab, of three Sufi poets, Sultan Bahu, Bulle Shah, and Baba Farid. And the concepts of educational leadership and management were developed. And this model was, you can say, the pictorial representation of the entire thesis, in which the roots are showing the attributes which must be there in the leaders and the managers of any organization. And in between the black horizontal border you can see above the roots, these are seven attributes which are not likely to be seen or observed in leaders or managers. If they are there, they will cut the stem of the tree from the roots, and the root will not grow. So that is why a broad border horizontal line has been shown, cutting the tree from the, disconnecting the tree stem and leaves from the root. So they must not be there. We have to avoid them. And then at the top, on the leaves and on the branches, there are some attributes of leadership and management extracted from Punjabi Sufi poetry. And these are the, you can say, outcomes which we should observe in all leaders and managers. Then how Stephen R. Covey's concepts of leadership can be adopted in academic institutions. That was the model which was developed based on the three books of Stephen R. Covey, and The Eighth Habit, The Seven Habits of Highly Effective People, and The Seven Habits of Highly Effective Teenagers. Then another leadership guru from America who is alive now, and his name is John C. Maxwell. His leadership concepts from his famous books of leadership were studied, and this model was developed for the success of teachers in their profession. This was the model represented by Stephen R. Covey in our thesis. Mr. Muhammad Umar Ahmed, he will be the speaker today in some session, in some parallel session. He will be presenting this model in detail. And this is a whole child development model for early childhood education and care. And this model has been developed based on the literature or the books written by Stephen R. Covey. So this is our whole child development model in the context of whole person paradigm of Stephen R. Covey. The detail of this will be presented today in another session by one of my graduate student, Mr. Muhammad Umar Ahmed, and he is currently doing PhD with me. And then another model, again based on Rumi's Masnavi, enhancing teacher spiritual leadership through mentoring. How a teacher can be a mentor based on the Masnavi of Rumi, how the philosophy of Jalaluddin Rumi can guide the teachers of today who are using AI tools but not leaving the spiritual aspects of their life. So that spiritual aspect has been borrowed from Masnavi of Rumi, and even using the AI tools, the teachers are so enriched from their deep insight that they are working as mentors for the students working with them. This has been a totally technical project uh, related to the chatbots, variety of chatbots. One among them is very popular at that time in 2024, 2023 was ChatGPT. So this is exploring the usability of chatbots in teaching and learning. What are its dangers? What are its advantages? All those have been given in this model. This is the pictorial representation of how chatbots should be and can be adopted by taking full advantage of them in teaching and learning in an academic setting. So this is the you can say adaptation model for any type of chatbot, looking all the aspects when we are using it. And this is the very, I can say, best, one of the best thesis that extracting the leadership themes in Quran to develop a model for teachers as leaders. How the verses of Quran can be used, or how they guide us to be a teacher leader in our academic environment. So in this thesis, all those verses have been extracted and recorded and documented. Then how the concept of whole person development can be uh, adopted from Iqbal's poetry, and how it can be useful for spiritual development and personal growth and emotional development of the teachers in education environment. This is a study of teacher leadership in metaverse for educational sustainability. In this, we developed three models, you can say, or three uh, representations in pictorial form. One is this one representing the theme of educational sustainability in metaverse. That how, what do we mean by educational sustainability in metaverse when we are working with AI tools in virtual environment? What are the aspects? What are the themes? What are the attributes or parameters to be taken into consideration? Then, what is the relationship among teacher leadership and metaverse and educational sustainability? That has been addressed here in the same project. And this is the model which has been developed as a sustainable meta teacher leadership model. A teacher as a leader working in a metaverse in a virtual environment and successfully with a sustainable concept of educational paradigm. Then we have developed the model for multiple intelligences of Gen Z students in the age of AI. Uh, so, what is a Gen Z student? What are the components of spiritual intelligence? What are the components of emotional intelligence? How AI can be used, or what are its aspects? So, this diagrammatic representation of concept of multiple intelligences and Gen Z students in the AI environment has been addressed over here. Then the early childhood education is its all aspects have been explored, and its relationship was developed with the Sustainable Development Goal, which is SDG 4, which is titled as quality education. So they have been correlated in this study. Then a qualitative study on leadership of Caliph Umar, the third caliph, for second caliph, and it is the inspiration for school principals. How the principals of schools can get inspiration from the leadership aspects or attributes of the second caliph Umar. This was another project which was the critical discourse analysis of, again, the Masnavi of Maulana Jalaluddin Rumi for establishing the model for learners' holistic development. Again, in this, the attributes of holistic development were extracted from Masnavi, which is having 26,000 verses, couplets of poetry. So those, not all 26,000, but some of the collected about 400-500 verses were sampled, and then they were compared with the attributes of holistic development from the contemporary literature, and they were compared and fed, you can say, or they can be adopted to develop the soul, awakening of soul, and introducing love for the divine in a soul and divine realization. So these three levels of spirit have to be improved or attained on the basis of the holistic development attributes from Rumi's Masnavi and the holistic development attributes from the contemporary literature. We are not relying only on the classical mystic literature, but we are taking into account the current contemporary aspects as well. So if the spirit is enlightened at all three levels, one after the other, they affect the body, mind, and heart. You can say they positively affect the body, mind, and heart. If spirit is well nurtured, if spiritual intelligence is high, then the physical intelligence of body, intellectual intelligence of mind, and emotional intelligence of heart will be at the best possible level. And all these four intelligences of body, mind, heart, and spirit, they affect the learner, which is shown in the circle at the end, and they uh, improve the creativity, enlightenment, empathy, and well-being of the learner, and he or she gives the best possible outcome. If outcome is not up to the mark, you can take a feedback to improve again the spirit, and then consecutively the heart and mind and body. And this closed loop system works in cycle. So this is the Masnavi based learners holistic development model. And we are, as I said, working on some of these projects, some of these models to develop the implementation modules like activities which can be adopted in the classrooms at any level in kindergarten to preschool to secondary, higher secondary, and university level students. And this is the last model, development of curriculum model for national cohesion to combat fifth generation war in Pakistan. As you know, all across the world, there is fifth generation war in many countries, which is being fought due to the available tools of technology, AI among one of them, and Pakistan is also facing it. So what we tried to look into the development of curriculum model so that we as a nation become cohesive and fight together the fifth generation war and save our country with the help of this model if it is adopted and implemented. And these were the models, and the results is that spirituality is as a foundational anchor, as you have seen in these models, and education is taken as a transformative force, and ethical leadership has to be taken into consideration. Even we are living in the age of AI, and holistic growth has been considered as the central motive, and this is a new paradigm for sustainable development, in my view. So this is what we have taken as a sustainable transformation as a funneling process for meta synthesis, which we have taken for all these 29, 30 theses. So in that meta synthesis of these theses that confirms that as technology continues to transform society, values grounded in spirituality, empathy, and ethical responsibility, they provide the indispensable moral compass for navigating towards sustainable and equitable futures. This is what we have done. So the concerns of graduate level researchers in all these theses was that spirituality and self-realization is the anchor in uncertain times like today, and transformation of education through reflective pedagogy and reflective learning is important, and developing ethical leadership and mentorship is important to empower communities in our education institutions or in any type of organization, and holistic well-being is the basis for human development, and balancing innovation with human values is the main call in the age of AI, and aligning educational practices with international sustainability demands is what is required. The very first conclusion is that rival of spirituality and self-realization is highlighted, and the transformation of education through reflective pedagogy repositions learning as a transformative rather than only transactional process, and the development of ethical leadership and mentorship emphasizes relational models of influence, which is consistent with the global demand for inclusive, transformative leadership that addresses social inequalities and empowers communities. A foundational focus on holistic well-being is a challenge, uh, which for the dominance of strictly cognitive metrics of success, we should not focus on cognitive metrics only. We should focus on holistic well-being, and the imperative of balancing innovation with human values in the age of AI discourse is strongly supported, underscoring the need to ensure technological advancement does not compromise human dignity. That is the main core, you can say. And aligning educational practices with international sustainability demand reflects the potential of local scholarly work to contribute meaningfully to the global agenda, demonstrating how research and practice can be synergized. And that's all for my session. Thank you for giving me the
Thank,
floor.
yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Nabil, for your important and very interesting material about the re-engineering education leadership for holistic development in the AI-driven age for sustainability. Okay, from Prof. Navid's presentation, I can make a conclusion that education should be re-centered on spirituality, ethical values, and holistic well-being to respond to global uncertainty. Learning is viewed as a reflective and transformative process that develops critically learners, ethical leadership, and inclusive practices while addressing social inequalities. In addition, educational innovation, especially in use of the AI, must remain aligned with human values and global sustainability goals and should ensure meaningful and responsible development. Okay, after we listen to the presentation from Prof. Navid, it's time to Q&A session. Okay, I will give a chance for two participants to give question. First to Prof. Navid.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. There are two participants who raise hand. Okay, and the first is from room A. There is Miss Meisha. Okay, Miss Meisha, would you please to give your question to Prof. Navid?
Thank you. Thank you for Professor Navid for the insightful presentation. My name is Misha Dwi Morlina. I'm a master's student in primary school teacher education, and I would like to ask a question. What good practices have been implemented in Pakistan to integrate AI into school leadership without losing human values and students' character development? Thank you.
Yes, at the local level, in my own capacity, when my graduate students who have completed our doing their PhD, they are adopting AI tools for their research, for their normal learning as well. And we are even conducting some trainings as well for using AI tools in their learning and teaching processes. So these type of trainings, they are conducted by my own colleagues, my team, as I mentioned, Mr. Omar Ahmad, who will be giving some presentation after in some parallel session. We have a team of our graduated students, and we conduct some researches. This is the work which we are doing at our own level. And with my team of researchers and students who have graduated and doing or completed their PhD. Additionally, in our PhD, we have developed some modules for students, and those modules have been adopted in the secondary and higher secondary classes at some of the schools where my students are principals, or teachers, or headmasters, or headmistresses. So these practices are being done at our local level in our own capacity. Additionally, at the government level in Pakistan, recently, yesterday, or a day before yesterday, there was a directive from the government of Pakistan at provincial level in some of the provinces that in all schools from now onwards, the subject of artificial intelligence has been made compulsory. This decision has been made at a government level. So in all public and private schools, the subject of artificial intelligence is now to be taught at all levels, starting from class 1 onwards. So this is the work which has been adopted. And we in Pakistan, we are very rich in technological strength. Even let me tell you, when I have my 2 initial degrees in engineering, that would be interesting for you to listen. But my PhD is in social science. This is a very open contrast if you note it. And I taught artificial intelligence to my MS students of engineering faculty in 1992. I taught artificial intelligence in 1992. And now, when people are living in the age of AI, now I teach spirituality. So you see the difference? Why I am teaching spirituality now? Because as I mentioned in my presentation, spirituality will be needed very much when you are going deep into the AI environment, because spirituality will be hijacked by the AI tools. Every one of you must keep this in mind. The whole West is worried that AI is going to hijack our spirituality. So now, when we are living in the age of AI, when we are bound to use AI tools, which we must use, we keep our eyes open, and we should be alert to invoke our inner spiritual human. That is important. So that is why I focus on the spiritual aspect of educational leadership, along with the sustainability concepts of education and giving the tools of AI. So we have to combine all these three: sustainability, spiritual education leadership, and AI tools. They should be taken together. We should not live with any one aspect of these three. That is important. And we are working on it. And we can work together with Malaysian people for some projects on these things. You can think of that how such projects can be launched in your Malaysian departments and universities, so that even working with AI tools, how we can keep our inner self, which we call as the spiritual self, alive. Because spirit, and what is spiritual intelligence? It is nothing, it is just connecting yourself with God. I am using the word God because West uses it, and spiritual intelligence is a term given by the West. And we being Muslims, Alhamdulillah, we very well understand the value of the spirit. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said to angels to bestow to Adam when the spirit was given to him, not before that. Right? So spirit is very important. We should connect it to the creator. Even in the books of leadership, it is mentioned, the books of leadership written by the Western people who are not Muslims, they write in their leadership books, at least get once connected with your God daily. This is the statement written in the books of leadership. So what does it mean? We should have connection with our creator. When we are connected with him, when we are connected with Allah, he guides us. He guides us as a leader. He guides us for sustainability. He guides us how to carefully use AI tools. So when he guides us, we will never be defeated. This is the simple concept. Yes. Anyone?
Okay, thank you, Prof. Navid. Ms. Mesa, is there any feedback? No? Enough? Okay. Okay. Okay, for the second participant in the, there is a Miss Nadia. Would you please to give your question to Prof. Navid? Miss Nadia.
Okay, thank you for the time. I will ask to Prof. Dr. Navid Jamil Malik. What are the best practices of the holistic leadership model about the body, mind, heart, and spirit in shaping resilient and ethical graduate? Okay, thank.
Yes, the best model is what has been given by the divine books, number one. The book which is given by Allah, the best model is given there, which we call as the Quran and Sunnah. That is the main source of the ethical leadership. Even people have written some books. I have those books, and we can work on those books. I have said further. Those books are, as we have done some theses as well, the leadership themes in Quran. This was one of the theses which I presented. Then there are leadership concepts of the caliphs and the leadership attributes of Prophet Muhammad. These are the books. Lead like Jesus. Jesus means Isa alayhi salam, which the Western people say as the Christ. These are the books which are available. The main models are given by these people. The model given by Quran, implemented by the Prophet Muhammad, and all the prophets. They have their own attributes of leadership. So the basic essence is from those. But if you want to look for leadership concepts in the contemporary literature, that has been given by many authors, as I mentioned, which is Stephen R. Covey, John C. Maxwell, and even if you go into the poetry, any poetry, and not necessarily poetry from Pakistan, as we have worked in the poetry from Pakistan, Urdu poetry, Punjabi poetry, their translations, and even the translation in English of the Persian poetry of Jalaluddin Rumi and the Persian poetry of Sheikh Fariduddin Attar. And they all give us the models of ethical leadership to develop holistically in the context of body, mind, heart, and spirit. So you adopt any one of them, whichever you like, depending on your own taste. You like Quran more, you understand more from it, you understand more from Sunnah, or you understand more from these poetic aspects. It depends on your taste. But the essence is mainly from the holy and divine books.
Okay,
Okay.
Miss Nadia, it's enough? Or maybe is there any feedback?
Okay,
Or
thank you.
Prof.
I
Nafi?
think
Oh,
enough.
okay, thank you very much. Okay, Prof. Nafi, thank you for your material in our seminar. And then before we go to the third speaker, here we ask there is Professor
Thank you.
Adina Kolomeshe. Would you please to give the closing statement, Prof?
The closing statement is just that we should be focusing on our holistic development. First, my own holistic development in the context of developing body, mind, heart, and spirit, with spirit as a central element. First connected to the Creator, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and then automatically the body will be healthy, the mind will be thinking positively, and the heart will be having love for everybody, for the whole humanity. This is what is required at this time when AI is uh, creating differences among people. It is taking us away from each other, and that should not be done, that should be checked. This is what I wish. And what I further would like to say with this opportunity, that we should further collaborate with each other at university level so that we can launch some theses, some projects on these type of models which we have developed over here. And even we can export these models to Malaysia and work there for their modular development, because the basic framework has been done here, and we can take these models to Malaysia or any other country. I have been to Turkey last year in December, November, and I visited those universities, 5 universities there, and I have shown these models to them. And we are currently in collaboration with some of the universities in Turkey, and hopefully we'll be taking these models, some of these models there, and trying to implement them over there in their universities, among their classrooms with students and teachers. The same exercise could be done with Malaysian universities when you people are there. This is what I would like to do further.
Okay, thank you very much. MashaAllah. It's a very interesting material, Prof. Nafid. And then you're welcome. Okay, here we are. There is in Zoom, there is a Prof. The last speaker, our last speaker, Prof. Aurora Adina Kolomesi from Stefan Selmer University of Silva, Romania, with the title Teachers, Promoters of Emotional Education. Okay, but before this, I will say hello first to Prof. Adina. Good morning, Prof. Adina.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. It's
Thank
very
you.
nice to
Welcome.
be here with you all. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear my voice clearly, Prof? Can you?
Yes, yes, I can. Can you? Can you
Yes,
hear
yes,
me?
I can clearly, hear your voice. Okay. Yes, Prof. Adina will talk about the teachers, promoters of emotional education, and then I will give only 30 minutes, Prof, to talk about this material, and then after that, will be followed with the Q&A session around 50 minutes. Are you ready, Prof?
Yes, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
time is yours.
Okay. Thank you. If I may share my screen.
Okay, yes, please.
Yes, here. And now. Could you see my screen?
Yes, yes, we can see your screen, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. I think, and thank you also for the very interesting talk I just heard and I just participated of Professor Navid. And I think this topic is in a way in line with the previous topic when we are talking about the emotional part of the learning. Teachers need to be also emotional education promoters in order to facilitate the whole development of the students. just a short exercise for your own awareness. Maybe you ask yourself about your emotion today. You had more time than myself. Here is 5 a.m. in the morning. So if you are thinking about now, I feel like, because please try to do this short exercise for yourself, trying to define and to identify your own emotional state now, maybe to give a name to your emotion, maybe to see, to find out your thoughts related to your general feeling today. So if you had already this exercise, we can go on and try to share some information we have from resulted from the research, and also we would like to present you two experiences, two practices of our own projects at the European level we have developed related to emotional education and related to promotive emotional education. So we try to show that according to CASEL, the collaborative academic for the Association for Collaborative Academic and Social Emotional Learning, to invest in emotional education will bring us to improve academic outcomes and behaviors. This could be considered a wise financial investment, and also it contributes to improving lifelong outcomes or provide comprehensive long-term benefits. More specifically, all the results of meta-analysis that looked at 213 studies involving over 270,000 of students say that 27% of students would improve their academic performance at the end of the program. 57 would improve their skill level, and for example, 22% would have fewer behavioral problems. A review of 4 meta-analyses of social emotional learning programs found multiple positive short and long-term outcomes for participating students. And we can see that there are different kind of inputs, but basically when we provide emotional education as a universal school-based program for all the children embedded into curriculum, we could have short-term outcomes like positive attitudes towards self and others, and long-term outcomes like positive behavior, academic success, and mental health.
Okay, excuse me, Prof. Adina, would you
Yes.
please to give the position of your site in a slideshow so the result will
Sorry?
be bigger? Yeah, would you please to give your position of the slide in the slideshow?
Yeah, it's not in the slideshow?
Yeah, it's still in position as like a file.
Oh,
I mean,
sorry, because I
yeah,
have it, because I can see it in the position of, let me check. I
yeah,
have
maybe
in my,
it's more better bigger than before.
okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry for this
No,
one,
don't
Prof.
worry,
Adina.
because in
Yeah,
my, in,
yes,
in
rather
my
small
position it
because
is
yes,
maybe,
in the
so,
slideshow you can see from your yes,
and now how could, this is the
yes,
working position? It's not
and then
slideshow on your screen?
yes, still in like there are a lot of slides.
Besides,
You can,
right?
yeah, you can click maybe on the right.
How is it now?
Oh, this from Miss Umar Ahmed. F5. Just click F5 in your laptop, Prof, to make it better. Yeah, bigger
Okay,
than.
yes, I know because here I've already choose
Okay.
the
Okay.
slideshow. How is in your how could you see it?
Okay,
Could you
if
see it, Tina?
there is a trouble, maybe it's better in this condition. It's no problem, Prof. You can continue to refer
No,
your
no, no,
material.
no, because I really want to to have the best.
Yeah.
I don't know.
From,
Let me try again.
yeah. There is a suggestion from the participant to click F5, Prof. F5 to in your laptop.
Okay, how is it now for you?
That's okay. It's
No.
no problem. Yeah.
Is it okay?
It's okay, Prof. Yeah. Oh, back to the screen or the PowerPoint and just press F5.
Yes, I've already pressed F5.
Cannot run well, Prof.
Maybe I will stop sharing and try again.
Oh, yeah, okay.
With other, because here I have, I can see it. Okay, I'll try again, maybe. I don't know. Okay.
Better you make a PDF of this and open that PDF and share that.
Yes, but it will take some time, I think. Yes, thank you. Thank you for this. I'll try to share. Maybe this is okay. How is it now? Sorry. Is it in a slideshow position now?
It's the same like before, Prof.
The same.
But it's okay if there is a trouble.
No.
Maybe you can continue, Prof. Because we still
No,
can
it's
see
not
your
okay.
presentation, Prof. But only just in a
Even this is
small
okay. I think this is
let
okay.
me.
Yeah, there's no problem, Prof. You can continue.
You can continue
It's
with
okay.
this. No problem in this.
No, I
We
can.
can
It's
still.
okay, Prof. Adini. It's okay.
Yeah.
I know what is happened. So
It is readable.
Yeah,
how
we
is
can
it
read
now?
all. Yeah. It's okay, Prof. You can continue. I'm so sorry
Okay,
for this
yes, I
one.
know. Let me try to do something else. And now, how could you see it? Could you hear me?
Yeah, yes, of
Yes,
course.
Prof. Yes, it's clear enough, Prof.
And is it a good? I don't know. Let me. Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know why
It's no problem, Prof.
This. Okay. So I will do this this check again, and we will see if how is
Yeah,
how is
okay.
it now?
Yeah, it is better than before, Prof.
This is better. Okay.
Yes. Okay,
It's
thank
in
you, Prof.
It's in the slideshow manner.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you,
Okay,
Prof.
thank
You
you.
can
You can
continue.
see. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. So if we are trying to see what the research says, we could find out that there are many results showing us that interventions that included a community component proved to be more effective, having a greater effect in terms of improving behavior and mental health, and that the most programs included, in addition to the curriculum, if they have a component related to parental involvement and strategies, they show even better results. There are also some results showing that Such interventions appear to be more effective in developing children's social and emotional skills, as well as behavioral self-regulation and learning skills, if the programs are implemented during the preschool period between ages 2 and 6. So if we are going to speak about the social emotional learning, there are studies showing a positive correlation between social emotional skills and academic performance, and also related to essential skills. SEL develops skills such as self-awareness, self-regulation, and social awareness. And the impact of SEL is felt in the reduction of problematic behaviors. If we try to go to see and to adopt SEL model, there is this castle model refined in 2020. And also most recently, we could find out the position of Castle related to SEL and emotional education, telling that SEL is not one more thing to add to the plate, considering the plate as being the activity of the teachers, but SEL is the plate, actually is fundamental to think about the emotional education as a basis for developing all the cognitive acquisitions we try to do during the school years. According to this Cassel SEL model, there are 5 components related to social and emotional development. We can see we have 2 dimensions related to self. We have the self-awareness, meaning recognizing emotions and their impact on behavior, but not only the emotion. When we are talking about the self-awareness, of course, we need to raise our awareness related also to all the psychological results or psychological products of the personality. So we are talking about thoughts and behaviors and attentional resources and so on. The other one is self-management, means the capacity to manage emotions, stress, and taking responsibility. And there are 2 other components, dimensions related to the others. This means social awareness, based on empathy and understanding the perspectives of others, and relational skills based on communicating and collaborating effectively with others. And the last one, but not the least one, but not the last, is the responsible decision making, which means evaluating situations based on ethical and on ethical decision. An important information we got recently from UNESCO, which defined social emotional learning in a policy guide published in 2024. Considering that social emotional learning could mean a lot of things, like display empathy and compassion for others, also understand and express emotions effectively, and in the same time being fundamental for contributing to broader aims such as building of inclusive, just, healthy, peaceful, and sustainable society. Emotional education could be put in relation with different contexts, because social emotional learning is very linked with education for life, with learning itself, with sustainable development, sustained cultural competence, and mindful resilience. And it's an important dimension of holistic development. In the same time, we can relate social emotional learning with all the aims of other kinds of educational approaches, like education for peace or education for enhancing global citizenship, or education for international understanding, or education for values, character education, and providing health and well-being in a structured, formal context within school. If we are trying to find an answer of why to bother to introduce or to promote social emotional learning in our own teaching activity, there are a lot of proofs, and some of that I've already mentioned from the research, but also UNESCO in its policy guides mentioned some short and medium term effects, like reduction of bullying and interpersonal violence, strengthening the school climate, relationships and belonging, and a lot of interesting and very, very useful long-term effects like better connection with school and learning, better academic results, reduced internalizing problems or externalizing problems, or reduced risky alcohol or substance use, and so on, improved interpersonal relationships, decreased school dropout rates. Indeed, social emotional learning has a great impact on long term. In the following slides, I would like to point out some results supported by scientific research showing the impact of SEL, for example, on academic performance. There are proofs showing that academic performance could be enhanced up to 11% for the children in school, and also SEL supports working memory, attention, and developing cognitive capacities, and the emotionally engaged students are more motivated and actively participate in lesson. Also, SEL contributes to reducing the educational gap among students from disadvantaged backgrounds. They contribute to developing social skills, especially for the children with learning difficulties. And also, SEL has shown positive long-term impact on school performance and social behavior. You can see an exclamation point here, an exclamation sign related to a result we got in a project, because, for example, in our project for a curriculum providing mental health and social emotional learning through social emotional learning, we found out that the impact was more significant for the children belonging to low social economic status families. So it's really important for the students belonging to vulnerable groups to participate in this kind of activities of learning, social emotional learning. Also, there are proofs showing that social connections and SEL facilitate positive interactions, gives emotional support, and facilitate a strong teacher-student relationships, which will improve the educational climate. In the same time, there are results showing that students could become better emotional managers of themselves. The emotional intelligence positively influences performance and involvement in school activities, and the skills developed through SEL support adaptation to academic and professional. There are proofs showing that providing social emotional learning in school, you can improve the capacity to set realistic goals and monitor the progress. You can improve the development of resilience and enabling students to overcome academic difficulties. Other results showing increased motivation and impact on cognitive engagement. It seems that positive emotions increase the engagement and the academic performance, and also SEL facilitates collaborative relationships and social inclusion. There are a lot of mindfulness-based interventions, so this could end up in better self-regulation and higher academic achievement, and students could get better tools in order to face all the setbacks. Also, social emotional learning has a great impact for preparing for university and career, for developing academic paths and career paths. So because social emotional learning develops essential skills for life, for academic and professional success, so they prepare, it could prepare students to respond effectively to all these demands in continuously changing world. In the same time, social emotional learning contributes to promoting mental health. There are a lot of mental health programs based on SEL inputs, so students could be more balanced, and they could reach their own potential academically in school. As we have already mentioned, there are a lot of results showing the impact of SEL to the cognitive development, also to the parent and teacher partnership, because when we provide and when we facilitate SEL-based curriculum, we need to have a whole school approach, and this means we involve also the parents and the community. And the parents are aware themselves about the impact of this activity. So SEL encourages active parental involvement in the educational process, and parent-teacher collaboration will support student social emotional development itself. There are a lot of proofs showing long-term impact of SEL. Some of them are related to improved academic performance, which is very important for us. And also there are a lot of long-term benefits. If we are going to speak about the teachers themselves, because here we are in a program for teacher training, so teachers are preparing to be also promoters of emotional education. In Romania, for example, in my society, in our educational system, usually we encounter this kind of discourse of the teachers. They said we need to do so many things in the classroom, in the school. We need to take care of financial education. We need to provide rights education. We need to provide a lot of inputs besides our curricula. when could we have time to do also emotional education? And the answer is so simple. The emotional education, as we could see already, the emotional education could be the base to develop a strong teaching approach. So according to UNESCO policy guides, teachers, it is very important to integrate SEL into education system, and teachers are considered the emotional architects of the classroom. Actually, they build up the emotional climate. They build up all the relationships based on this strong building. They could do everything else. So the teacher's role is central for promoting social emotional learning. Teachers are both facilitators and learners, so they build empathy, resilience, and social competence. And emotional education is mainly learned through relationship and through all the social context and emotional context the teachers facilitate into the classroom. We are talking about holistic integration because SEL should be integrated into the curriculum and into the school culture. We can use experiential pedagogy as a model for shaping emotional learning in daily practice, and also to refer to the lifelong learning, continuous professional development for the teachers. There are, of course, challenges, and some of them I've already mentioned when I told about the general, let's say, mentality of some teachers. Overloaded school curricula and time constraints, indeed. Teachers' emotional fatigue and stress, limited maybe institutional support, and cultural adaptation issues. But teachers' well-being is a fundamental requirement in order to provide and to facilitate emotional education, because well-being enables effective teaching and effective classroom management, and emotional self-regulation improves empathy and student engagement. So it's very important that we have mentally healthy teachers who experience high levels of well-being in order to foster a positive learning climate. UNESCO also recommend professional development cycle in initial training, SEL theory, and self-awareness. And for example, we have maybe not at the bachelor degree explicitly integrated SEL for the bachelor degree teacher training, but we have the postgraduate in our, for example, in my university, we run a postgraduate in educational sciences, in management, in educational management, and in school counseling. And in both programs, we have emotional education as a topic explicitly and also implicitly. In the same time, at the early career, teachers need to be exposed, to be mentored, and to adapt SEL, and during professional practice in collaboration with colleagues and reflective practicing. SEL should be integrated into teacher training, combining emotional intelligence with technological skills and encouraging reflective and collaborating learning. It is important to have this correlation between SEL and global citizenship and sustainability, because we need to educate the hearts, the character, and not only the mind, of course. So we need also policy and systemic support to include SEL in teacher standards and professional frameworks. We need also to remind ourselves as teacher and teachers, educator, that to educate the mind without educating the heart is not education at all. And this is a very ancient idea from antique times, from Aristotle. So it is very updated and actual to think about, to educate also the heart and not only the mind throughout school. If we are going to answer to the question, how does the teacher promote emotional education? We can have at least 3 possibilities as a role model, because a teacher is a role model for his or her students. So he or she models empathy, conflict resolution, emotional management. Also, a teacher could be a SEL designer and facilitator, because he is in charge with designing the curriculum for his own class, for designing the lessons. So we can rally on teachers as promoter of positive school climate, SEL activities, and curriculum integration. And also teachers could promote emotional education as collaborators. They are the first partners and collaborators with family, communities, and school counselors when it comes about student education. So in this role, he could be an impact agent for families and for communities themselves. The teacher is a shaper of social roles, because personal competencies of the teacher, which includes self-awareness and emotional and cognitive control, and among this, optimism, sociability, understanding emotions, and self-efficacy, have been highlighted among others as being impactful for the teaching and learning process, and impactful on the long term for the students' academic path. Also, educational professionals who possess adequate personal skills are considered able to recognize and understand their own emotions and those of others. So consequently, they could use this information effectively to guide their behavior and make appropriate decision in the classroom. We rely on very much on emotional competent and social emotional competent teachers in order to raise and to educate and cultivate young generation minds and heart. Teachers' personal skills are very important, because it has been observed that the presence of these psychological skills is associated with greater job satisfaction, increased motivation and enthusiasm for teaching, better management for all difficulties and demanding situation into the class, and reduced professional burnout. And all these skills allow them to adapt to different personal and professional contexts. Also, teachers who have a better repertoire of emotional regulation are more likely to be more effective in achieving academic goals, creating quality social relationships, and managing the classroom appropriately. So we will very much like, as a community, to have teachers with high personal skills, because they could impact a lot the quality of education into the classroom, and through that the future academic and professional development of the students. Teachers with strong personal skills tend to create this safe emotional climate in the classroom and to promote learning and social emotional development. So they contribute in the same time to teachers' well-being, students' academic performance, and their own personal development. And there are some studies, and also in our studies and in our project, we could see that the teachers who were involved in implementing SEL in their own classroom, they became themselves better in terms of social emotional competence, in terms of their own resilience, and in terms of their own self-efficacy related to educational process. So I think it's not particularly necessary to underline this important idea that teachers who experience stress and professional distress and burnout tend to have lower job satisfaction and higher rates of dropout or absenteeism and poorer teaching performance. And this will have negative effects on both the classroom climate and student outcomes, and consequently harmful effects on the quality of educational skills. Teacher training is an important key. It's the key to successful implementation of transformative emotional education. So we need to have very well trained teacher into the classroom in order to promote social emotional learning and to expect such a good results on long term. So we can see that when it comes to talk about the implementation for social emotional learning, this should be integrated through teacher training, and teachers will pursue a personal development program, try to develop themselves social emotional competence, to develop excuse me, their own resilience and adaptability. Some recommendation we have from UNESCO is to, and the most important one I consider is to prioritize SEL as a foundation alongside literacy and numeracy. So if we are teaching in schools literacy and calculus, we need also to teach SEL and to recognize SEL as part of humanistic vision of education and anchor the definition and practice of SEL in local norms, values, and cultural expression. So to adapt to our own cultures and to ensure support for comprehensive integration throughout life and in all environments, school, work, and community. As I said, the whole school approach is important when we are talking about SEL implementation.
Excuse me, Prof.
Yes.
5 minutes left, Prof. Adina.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
Okay. So related to this, we can say that emotional education can transform relationships and power structures, building caring communities, bridges between schools, families, and communities, and contributing to transformation for the common good. I have less time to present some good practices and tools for promoting emotional education from our own experience. We experienced some European project. We developed European project in partnerships. One, it is about promoting mental health in school, and the other one, Educardia. It is about promoting tools for teachers. I will go very fast through this just to present you a conceptual framework of resources for promoting mental health in school. We developed manuals for teachers and teachers' guides, and also we develop manuals and a student handbook for all the students, for preschool, primary, middle, and high school. And also we develop a guide, a parent's guide, and we develop something for preventing for the school leadership. So This is the whole school approach, having in center promoting social emotional learning, promoting resilience, preventing mental health difficulties and risk behavior. And we develop materials to sustain the whole school approach, because we address not only the students but also the teachers, and not only the school, but also the decision-making people and families. We had a lot of international scientific results, and if you would be curious, you could look for PROMEX, and you could find many scientific publication based on the impact of this program. The results show that the program had the strongest impact on social consolidation, emotional learning, and pro-social behavior. The strongest increases were in self-awareness, social awareness, relationship skills, and self-management. Also, we had some impacts on teachers' personal development, and actually we could say that we put in action this creed of active training, saying that what I hear, I forget, and so on, but what I put into practice transforms me. And we could understood that the teachers who implemented SEL in their classroom, they could experience more self-efficacy related to effectiveness of teaching strategy or classroom management. They could experience more resilience and better teacher-student relationships. They could experience better emotional regulation skills and social awareness and interpersonal relationships and social emotional skills as a whole. So it's very useful for teachers themselves to promote SEL programs, because the impact is not only at the students level but also at the teachers level themselves. SEL programs enhance teaching quality, teacher-student interaction, and classroom management effectiveness. We could find out all these results from our study, from our implementation of a curricula for promoting mental health based on SEL. And these results were in line with the results of other programs and other studies. This brings us to the idea that those who learn more than they teach are the best teachers of all. And I don't know if I have 1 minute more or not. Just to share you another idea of the project, Educardia. And you can find out more information on the website of the project. This was focused on assessing and improving students' social and emotional skills using a set of smart digital tools and specific educational activities applied both on-site and online. So there are a lot of interesting resources based on a model we have developed in this project, EMO socio-emotional intelligence model. We developed instruments, and all these are digitalized in order to respond to the need of developing personal, social, and learning to learn competence. At the end, I just want to show you the model and the dimensions we addressed through this project. So we have instruments to measure all these components of emotional development, both at individual level and the group level. We try to measure emotional competence and also sociometric indexes of the group, of the classes, and also emotional competence of the group, and all the information related to the group, to the class. So the teacher would have access to a profile, both individual profile for all the students related to all the students' particular social emotional competence level of the skills on the one hand, and on the other hand, the teachers could have access to the information related to the composition of the group and the dynamic of the group. The Educardia methodology in 7 steps starts with teacher training, with assessment, data analysis, recommendation and selection of activities, class group organization, cell activities in the classroom, and evaluation and feedback. Actually, teacher, after they train themselves, they could use all these means, all these tools in their own activity. They could access activities after they do the evaluation of the social emotional skills for the individual and for the group. They could access the Educardia repository, which is a digital repository with more than 100 activities designed to enhance the capacities alongside the model we have already promoted. Here are also some other studies we have published related on this Emo-Socio model and on this Educardia model as a model of promoting social emotional learning within classroom. It was tested and validated in 5 European countries, and of course could be a point for inspiration. The website is also in English, so you can reach the website and use the activities there if you consider they are good and could be adapted for your own activity in your own class. And as a conclusion, 3 reasons to promote emotional education. Why to promote? Because it's fundamental, because we have a lot of results showing us that a universal school-based social and emotional learning program for children and adolescents could impact the best results of the best psychological results of students being, and also as a part, as base to promote and to build up social emotional competence and personal, social, and learning to learn competence. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I really hope that this talk will bring you some insights. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you very much, Prof. Adina, for your interesting and usable material talking about the teachers, promoters of emotional education. Okay, from Prof. Adina's material, I can conclude that social and emotional learning, or SEL, helps students improve academic achievement, emotional well-being, and social behavior. Teachers are key figures in emotional education because they model empathy, emotional regulation, and positive relationship in the classroom. Therefore, integrating SEL into teacher training and school practices is essential to create supportive, inclusive, and healthy learning environments. Okay, thank you, Prof. Adina. Now we go to the Q&A session. I will give a chance for 2 participants to give question, to ask question to Prof. Adina. Okay, in the Zoom
I would like
there.
to ask something, if you allow
Oh,
me.
yeah. Okay, yes, I will allow you, Prof. Navid. Please, yes.
Just giving a tribute to Professor Adina. I heard your whole presentation, and I appreciate it, that your work was close to my heart, even I felt it. because what you did and what you talked about in the context of emotional intelligence, it was very much close to our work which we have been doing over here. But I appreciate that you have gone far more than what we have been doing here, that you have implemented these modules and these models in your classrooms. This is a very good achievement. And what I would like to say is that taking opportunity of your presentation and listening to your whole work, I would like to collaborate with your team so that what models we have developed over here in the context of mystic literature and educational leadership and holistic development, can we proceed in that line, that the models which we have developed you can produce, and we can together work to develop the modules and implement them somewhere here in Pakistan and there in the European countries, and we can compare them in future. Would it be possible?
Yes, I think it would be possible, and thank you very much for your interest. I could find out myself a very similar line in research in your own presentation, your own work, and I think yes, it is important to work. We can work together and try to align models we are think about, because at the end, the main goal is to sustain the holistic development of the students and of the
Yes, yes.
persons. Yes,
Because
thank you
your
very
work
much.
is primarily on emotional intelligence. We are focusing on all four: emotional intelligence plus spiritual intelligence, physical intelligence, and intellectual intelligence. We are working on the whole person paradigm. So that would be an extension of your work, which you have already done.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So I will contact you, inshallah.
Thank you
Okay.
very much. Yes.
Okay, thank you,
Okay.
Prof. Navid. And then from the participant, I will let, yes, Mrs. RC, would you please to keep question to Prof. Adina?
I cannot hear, sorry.
Sorry,
If,
Miss RC,
she does-
I can hear your voice. Maybe there is something trouble with your device. Sorry, I still can hear your voice, Miss RC.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear my voice?
Yes, yes, clearly enough. Thank you.
Sorry, my device has a trouble. Thanks, Miss Ruli, and thanks for Prof. Adina for your insightful material for me. To your material, I can say that this SEL has a great impact for student. Social skill, motivation, and academic achievement can be solved with this SEL. There were short and medium long term that can affect for students. My question is, what challenges could teacher face when implementing SEL in the class? And how can this address and be solved? As we know, in Indonesia, most of school has heterogeneous student. Thank you.
Okay, Miss Adina,
Yes,
Prof.
yes,
Adina.
I understand.
Yes.
Yes, if I understood, the question is about the challenges the teachers could experience when they are going to implement social emotional learning. Actually, maybe the challenges could be related to their own limits, if they have, in order to facilitate experiential and to facilitate experiential learning context. Because when we are talking about SEL implementation, we need to be very aware of this this framework of experiential learning, we need to provide a concrete experience, and after that, to facilitate the reflection and to conduct students in order to find themselves, their own answers, their own insights. So also, I think a teacher should have high level of frustration tolerance, because it's not equally or uniform comfortable to provide SEL within classroom. Mostly if the students are not aware with this kind of activities. So I think the challenges could come from this part, maybe related to the framework, but also these challenges could be overcome through teacher training, As we can see, all the policy guides, of course, recommend to prioritize SEL into the classroom, but prioritizing it through teacher training. The first step in our project 2 was teacher training. We provided teacher training specifically, for example, in our best practices or good practices example. We provide teacher training in order to promote PROMIS curriculum, and also we provide teacher training in order to promote Educardia curriculum. And UNESCO in its policy guides also underlines the need to prioritize SELs, but the first step in order to prioritize SEL into the classroom, into the school, is providing teacher training. So I think that challenges could be overcome by continuously and good teacher training, because we know the teachers are long life learners. They are not stopped in learning when they graduate. So even if there are challenges, they could be overcome through training, through education, and of course through faith in the power of education. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Ersi, is there any feedback from the explanation? Enough? Okay, enough. Okay, for the next participant, I will give chance to Mrs. Fadila. Okay, Ms. Fadila, would you please to give your question to Prof. Adina?
Are you hearing my voice?
Yeah, it's clear
Okay,
enough.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity.
Maybe can be louder, please, Mr. Fadila.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I'm particularly interested in your discussion for Professor Adina on the teacher role as an emotional architect of the classroom. How does in your view, how does this role influence the overall school climate and student engagement in learning, especially in creating a safe, supportive, and meaningful learning environment? I think that's all. Thank you.
You, Prof. Adina, can you catch the point?
Sorry, I could not understand. If you can say it louder, or
Yeah.
maybe you miss
Yeah,
Ruling.
maybe how to make the learning is full of mindful and then enjoyable for the student. Is it right?
Yeah.
How to
Mrs.
do?
Fadila? Yeah, to
How
make
to learning
or create or
enjoyable.
manage, yes, to manage the classroom to be meaningful, and maybe it's like in Indonesia, like in deep learning, the point of the deep learning, there is a meaningful, enjoyable, and then mindful. Maybe it's the same like this one, Mrs. Fadila? To create the classroom, yes. Yeah, relating with the SEL, Prof. Adina. How to
Yes,
make
I
the
think
classroom.
SEL is a very good tool to provide this a general framework of deep learning. So if we are aware, we as a teacher, if we are aware of the emotional state of the students, we can adapt our strategies in order to address their particular needs in that particular situation. It is very important to be focused on the children needs, on the student needs, both learning needs, but also personal needs. So we need to address the students as a whole. And I think SEL gives us a lot of strategies to address their personal level, their social level, and also to provide them opportunities to learn about themselves and to develop their own skills.
Okay, enough. Miss Fadila, is there any feedback?
Yes,
Okay, enough. Okay, enough. Okay, all the speakers have present their material. Now okay, before we end this session, I would like to give a chance for Prof. Adina. Would you please to give a closing statement, Prof, for the participant?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for this invitation. It was a great opportunity for me to see that you are here in such a big number and you are interested in your own personal and professional development. And I'm not very aware about how SEL is implemented or if it is addressed in your school, but I really hope that you will be curious to look for, at least for the tools we experienced here and we developed here in our project on our website. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Adina. Yeah, I will remember to open yes, your module. Okay, thank you. Okay, now we are at the end of the panel session of this seminar. I say thank you very much for my distinguished speaker, Prof. Dr. Navid Jamil Malik, Prof. Aurora Adina Kolomisi, and the last Professor Dr. Sri Marmoa, MPD, for providing useful and interesting material for all participants. And also, I thank you very much. Say thank you very much for all the participants for your attention and participation in this Zoom. And also, as moderator of the panel session, if I have a mistake, I'll say sorry while I'm leading this session. And see you next time. See you next year in the Miceri 2027. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye-bye.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ruli Hafida, for leading and moderating the panel session. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the panel session of this morning. On behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our profound appreciation to all distinguished speakers and our moderator for their invaluable contribution to the academic discourse of Miceri 2026. Dear all participants, we will have a photo session to document this moment of Miceri 2026. May we kindly invite our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Sri Marmoah, Professor Navid Jamil Malik, Professor Aurora Adina Kolomishi, and the moderator Dr. Ruli Hafida to remain on screen for the photo session. And our Honorable Dean of the Faculty, Professor Imam Sujadi.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, all participants in this event, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to our distinguished speakers for sharing valuable knowledge and insight in this session. At this moment, we are honored to present the certificate of appreciation online as token of gratitude for your outstanding contribution and participation as a speaker. Prof. Navid Jamil Malik, Prof. Aura Adina, Prof. Dr. Sri Marmoah MBD. Thank you very much for your time. dedication, and inspiring presentation. We truly appreciate your support for this academic event. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Prof. Nafid. The certificate. Okay, thank you, Prof. Aurora.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Imam Sujadi. And the last session is a photo session with all the speakers and the participation of the conference. So please turn on the camera.
Okay. Slide one. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay. Slide two. Slide two. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, and then slide three. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, slide four. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, and the last slide. Slide 5. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Ira. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a break from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. The conference will resume with the parallel session at 12:30 p.m. We kindly request all participants to return promptly and join the design Zoom rooms according to the schedule. On behalf of the organizing committee, my name is Natania Janani Haryanto, and I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all participants for your kind attention. I also sincerely apologize for any shortcomings or inconvenience during the session. We wish you a pleasant break and look forward to welcoming you back for the next session. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh.
wabarakatuh. Miss Natania.
Thank you so much, Prof. Nafid, Prof.
Thank you,
Adina.
Prof. Nafid, Prof. Achina.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you too. Thank you for this
See
opportunity.
you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you to
you.
everybody.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody. Yes, it was very insightful for myself too. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
It was a very
Adina,
good
Prof.
conference,
Nafid.
very good
Yeah.
conference, and very well participated, and very well presented by everybody. And I believe that we will have future collaborations among each other with this
Of
conference.
course, inshallah.
I'm confident about that. Good, well done.
Thank you. Thank you. And let's hope we see in other contexts. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jam 12.30 ya.
Leave Prof 12.30.
bisa istirahat dulu ya, atau mau stay boleh, yang mau sholat Jumat ya, bapak-bapaknya boleh off dulu ya, nantinya gabung lagi. Ya,
Mohon
bisa
izin
off
live
dulu.
dulu nggih, Prof.
Nggih,
Nanti balik
monggo.
lagi.
Ya, 12.30 ya.
Silahkan peserta bisa masuk ke breakout room masing-masing, nggih, Bapak Ibu.
Lupa ngomong terima kasih ke Pak Dekan. Lupa ngomong terima kasih ke Pak Dekan, kalau tadi di situ ya, udah sopan. Lupa. Assalamualaikum, Mr. Pakar Ul Zaman. Do you listen me? Halo, Mr. Pakar. Do you listen me? Atau Mbak Natalia, ini Mr. Pakar langsung di-assign ke room berapa Mbak, Mr. Pakar saya ini? Room 1 ya? Kok Mr. Umar nggak ya ntar? Mbak Natalia? Halo Mbak Natalia?
Room
Ini Mr. Umar ke room
7.
room 7, ya, yang Mr. Pakar room 1, Bu Ruli.
Ya, baik, Prof.
Ya.
Oke.
Kena betul.
Mr. Umar, you can leave the Zoom. Thank you very much, Mr. Umar.
Okay, ma'am, welcome.
Sorry, Miss Natania. Ini masih bergabung lagi atau boleh keluar ya?
Miss Ersi, kalau sudah mengisi presensi, boleh keluar, Miss Ersi.
Oh iya, terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih, Miss Ersi.